Hey Max. It certainly doesn't have as much as the first one, but it has a few ones. And the ones it has are pretty good. There's one combat-related glitch you can exploit. There's an item you can exploit, and there's a whole section of the game you can skip. To be honest, there's really only one good pack. There's one pack you will use if you play casually, and one you will use if you speedrun this game, and they're the same. So, even though we have a choice, for me there really is no choice. There is one pack that is just way much better than the both other ones. Exactly. If you know how the game really works, you will always use Guilmon. And if you just want to have easy mode, you'll use Kotemon. No contest at all. The other ones don't even come close. Is it really? Magic is kinda underpowered in this game, so I'm not sure how much Patamon can do. Oh, okay. Just play defensively and heal and heal and heal and heal. I guess that works too. This was the pack I used as a kid. I just used Argumon. And Argumon kinda works too. Playing with Argumon is like playing with Guilmon, it's just slower. Because Agumon learns all of Guilmon's Digivolutions too. So even if you use Agumon, you just end up with the same Digimon anyways. But he gains... No, he gains the same amount of XP, but he needs more XP to level up. This is one of the few things the game doesn't tell you. Not only are the stats of the starters different, they also need a different amount of experience to level up. For example, Agumon grows really slow. The slowest for the growth rate is Kumamon, and the fastest growth rate is Monmon, and the second fastest is Guilmon. And it's not a minor difference, it's a pretty major difference. Which you might notice if you use a few Digimon at the same time and you try to make them all the same level. You'll eventually notice that keeping them at the same level is kinda hard, because even though you're pretty much using them by the same amount, they have completely different levels at some point. But as I said, we are going to use the Maniac pack because we are crazy and we know what we are doing. So that kind of fits. That's going to be quite a while until we are really using one. I think the first battle in which I would use an exploit is the first Amaterasu leader. Up until that, the game is pretty easy. So using exploit would either be too expensive because you need certain items, or it just wouldn't be worth the time to set them up. But in the end game, if you don't want to overlevel yourself, I would probably use quite a bit of them. But I haven't really settled on how much I'm going to grind, because the grinding isn't really fun. But it can be fun if you have something to talk about, I guess. It took quite a while to think about what to stream this weekend. I almost streamed Cyber Sleuth, but in the end I decided against it, because while the game kinda looks nice and is really fun to play through once you've seen the story, there really is no point to play it again. Because it's essentially just Mash X to skip dialogue again and again. It's an interesting game. I would say it's fun, but only once. There's a PC version on Steam, which includes Cyber Sleuth and the sequel. So I would advise you to get that if you want to play it, because it's obviously the best version. And if they ever release mods, you would have that too. Currently there are no mods for the game. Or there technically is one mod, because they censored one of the Digimon, and by editing a few files you can pretty much remove that. So technically there already is one mod. There's one Digimon which pretty much is a nun in a black dress with guns. And apparently they didn't like that, so they made it white and pink instead. And by editing, I think by just renaming one file in the game, you can just remove the updated textures they apply to it. It's a pretty minor thing, but if modding the game turns out to be so easy, there are probably going to be a few at one point. Good morning. I hope I still know how this works. Last time I played through with Kotemon, but playing with Guilmon is quite a bit different, especially the start. Ah, wait. This game not only has battles, but it also has card battles, which are actually pretty nice, considering they're just a minigame. Okay, we are using Guilmon, so we are going to rely heavily on his finisher for the first few sections, because the first area is mostly bug Digimon, which are weak to fire. So we are essentially only using our finisher and healing once we run out of MP. But since Guilmon is such a frail Digimon, we're going to get some armor. Or no, I'm already screwing up. We need a bit of money first, because the game doesn't really give you much money at the start. But there's one thing you can do to get a lot of money. So, well, this is not a bug. This is a really handy trick to do at the start. See this thing here? It just says there's junk and it's cleaned up, but if you do it a few times, you just get money. And speaking of money, now we have 600 bit wet at the start. Plus the 50 we got from the first fight. So that's already enough to buy some good equipment for your starter. And since we're only using one, we're saving a lot of money by that. Okay, like I said, we are currently on the magic route, so we technically don't need a weapon. Armor is going to be much more important. On the upcoming route there's a buckler, so buying one now is not really a good idea. So we should get the armor at least. So should we get a coat or mail? I'm going for the coat. It's not as strong, but it's going to give us more charisma, which we need later on. So that seems like the better choice. And I guess we could already buy a weapon, because once we reach champion level, we won't have our magic attack anymore, so we would have to change to physical attacks. So I would need a weapon at that point. So I could buy a dagger. Yeah, I guess I take one. And from the west we can get some healing items. Because there's a thing you can do to get so much money that's almost not relevant anymore. There's auctions in the game, which you might know. And while the game makes you think that the items you get at the auctions are really, really good, so you should keep them, in fact, the items you get from the auctions are pretty mediocre, so you can just sell them, and they sell for way more money than you actually spend to get them at the auction, especially the ones at the start. You get like 10 times the amount of money you spent just by selling them again. So if you go to each auction and you buy each item regardless if you can use it or not, and just sell them, you get tons of money. And I really mean tons. Way more than you need at the start. That pretty much is the bunny trick in this game. There's no money glitch, unfortunately. But even if there was, it wouldn't change a lot. Okay, I'm going to save just in case, because this game is pretty brutal. If you die, you die. Ah, I still have my previous saves. Okay, let's overwrite this one. I mean, yes, but the card games are completely optional in the entire game. There's not one card battle you need to do. They're all optional. And even if you had a lot of money, you still need a lot of charisma at the start to even unlock the shop in which you can buy the good weapons. Okay, it's time for the first fun fact. The encounter rate is not the same everywhere. In fact, the encounter rate is lower on path tiles compared to grass. So if you walk on these stone paths or later on sand paths, you get less encounters. But for some reason they only did that at the start of the game. Once you leave the central or east sector, that doesn't apply anymore. They just did that on central and east sector. And after that they kind of forgot about it and didn't do it for the rest of the game. So I guess it was an idea they had at the start and it was so much work that I just stopped doing that. Because they essentially had to set different encounter ranks for different sections of the map, and I guess that just was too much work for them, so they just stopped doing it. Okay, let's get our buckler. And as you can see, a lot of the early enemies are weak against fire. Oh, and one more important thing, there's a few maps in the game that have forced encounters. So if you walk over a specific section of the map, it will always trigger a battle. So if you know where those encounters are, you can just walk around them. So that's also a way to get a few less encounters. Because I already skipped one forced encounter. On the previous map there's one section that always triggers a Kuwagamon battle. And you can just walk around it. Okay. Watching speedruns. They essentially know everything about the game. Okay, I hope this doesn't kill me, because we are really frail. Yeah, Guilmon is really frail. This map has another force encounter, and it happens if you walk exactly here. Not at all. The legendary equipment is completely useless. It's absolutely useless. It's worse than the stuff you can just buy. Yeah, the effort you have to put in to even get them is insane. Fun fact, you can open the inventory while the game hasn't fully loaded yet. You can just press start to open the menu while the loading screen is still up. So that saves a bit of time. It's widely used in speedrunning because it saves enough time to be worth it. So you just open the inventory when you defeated an enemy or if you changed the map to make use of the time where the loading screen is still up. So that's nice to know, but if you play casually, it's not really worth it. Save a second or something like that. Yeah, the loading times are not the best. If you want to ever play a Digimon World game with even worse loading times, try to play Digimon World 4 on the PS2. The game pretty much loads half a minute between each screen. And I'm not even kidding. Sometimes even longer. And that's a PS2 game, so I have no idea how they made it like that. Because it might be a PS2 game, but it really doesn't look like one. That's the only Digimon game I ever sold without finishing it first. Okay, just a few more encounters. I guess speed up kind of helps, yes. You can play this game on 50% increased speed and that would kind of fix most of the issues. Although the biggest issue of this game is that there are no repels, like in Pokemon. If there was an item you could buy that just stops encounters for a while, that would really help a lot. Or something like an Earthbound, where if you start an encounter that is so much weaker than you that you insta-win the battle without pressing anything. A feature like that would have also helped a lot. Because most of the times you just have to walk across maps that are so much below your level that you kill every enemy in one hit anyways. So there really is no point in starting encounters at all. But I guess that's one thing we have to live with, because we can't do anything about it. You have to take each encounter, and running away is so slow that it's almost never worth it. So you're better off just taking the encounters and killing each enemy you encounter, even if they give really bad XP. Ah, okay, I'm out of MP. One step encounter. Okay. Yeah, the way encounters work is really random. Each time you defeat an enemy, the game calculates a different random value. That's essentially the amount of steps you can do before the next encounter is triggered. And it's extremely random. You can get an encounter after one single step, and you can get an encounter after like walking across 3 or 4 maps, so it's extremely random and impossible to predict. Yeah, and just like on the first map, the sand path here has less encounters. Oh, the healing items are so cheap that leveling Patamon just for healing is not worth it. Not at all. Okay, so the plan is to now buy a sword, so we can dual-wield weapons to boost the attack, because once we reach champion we won't be able to use magic attacks anymore. So the best sword we can get is this one, but it costs 500. So we would have to sell something. Or I could just grind a little bit more to get us a little bit of money. This is not a speed run, so I don't have to risk anything. Because if you speedrun this, your money is really tight. They just get items to use and then they sell all their equipment and buy new equipment. Especially the sword, because the first sword you can buy at this town is rather expensive. 500 bits for one weapon is pretty expensive. But in the end it's definitely worth it. So I'm just going to grind a few battles until we reach level 5 and we have 500 bits to buy a new weapon. And that's the first goal. But I'm not going to use this champion yet, because without two weapons, his champion will do less damage than the rookie. So we still have to get the money first. I could, but speedrunning this game is kind of risky. There's always a chance you do something wrong, or you get unlucky and then the run is over. It's very reset heavy. Especially with Guilmon. Guilmon is the fastest Digimon to use, but since he is so frail, there's a large chance that you just get unlucky and he dies. And at the start, reviving items are really expensive, so you can't just buy a bunch of them. So if you die and it's over. So I'm trying to use some of the strategies from the speedrun, but only a few. Because if you overlevel Guilmon a little, the defense issues he has aren't as big anymore, and you can handle them pretty well. There's a reason they call the pack the Maniac pack, because if you don't know what you're doing, the starters you get from that pack are really bad. Like Guilmon is way too frail at the beginning. He's kind of a glass cannon, he does a lot of damage, but he dies in a few hits. Kumamon, which is in the same pack, levels really slow, but has really good offense and speed, but barely has any magical points at all. So he runs out of MP all the time, which is really annoying if you can't find a way to handle that. So this is kind of the high risk, high reward pack. Okay, we have the money now. I guess you could call this a glitch. There's a way to squeeze yourself in areas where you're not supposed to fit in. Like you can walk around this guy even though he's standing exactly at the edge of the map. You can kind of squeeze inside the corner of tiles like this. And if you are squeezed inside a corner, you can walk across the edge of the map, but only slightly, and there's barely any situation where that would be useful. You cannot skip any trainers like that, unfortunately. Okay. I'm saving now because the next section is really random and there's a chance we die. I can't really do anything about that. There's always a chance we are going to die. I mean, I wouldn't really call it a trick because there's nothing you can do with it. That's just how the game works. If you're squeezed inside an area that is too small to fully handle you, the game tries to push you out by force. And this pushing force is usually stronger than what you can, than the force you walk with. So the game essentially pushes you out by force. If you ever manage to get out of bounds in this game, the pushing is so strong that you basically walk in reverse. So if you hold up, you will walk down instead because the game tries to push you out of the place. But getting out of bounds is really hard. There's only two ways in the entire game where you can manage to get out of the bounds of the map. And both are completely useless. Okay, we are officially at this champion stage. Should be pretty easy to notice why Guilmon is a glass cannon. He really is. By getting the sword and the dagger, we are just strong enough to one-shot enemies. But not this one. We are going to be lucky if we even manage to two-shot this one. These guys are really tough. Yeah, I think that's a two-shot. And we even block, wow. In case anyone wonders, no, we are definitely not going to fight this boss because he would kill us instantly. There isn't even really a reason to kill him, because the item you get from him is optional and only used for the secret items, and the secret items are completely useless. I'm going to grind a little here because the enemies here drop an item that you need for a quest later on. And since we already killed them in one hit, that's the perfect time to grind a little. Yes, but the fishing rod can be really useful at later points of the game. So I would really advise everyone to get it in a casual one. Especially if you want to grind, because getting encounters by fishing is a lot faster in most cases than trying to get encounters by walking around the map. So if you want to really grind at the end of the game, the fishing rod is extremely useful. Oh, and you can get Cardmon to get some booster packs for the card game, which is also pretty easy by fishing. Easier than headbutting trees, because the trees for headbutting are extremely random, and the fishing game is sort of skill-based. I'm saying sort of skill-based because you can get really good at it, but the timing can be really hard to get. I'm definitely not very good at it. Oh, and I guess one more fun fact. Fishing has been nerfed in the PAL release of the game. Because in this release you can fish infinitely, but in the PAL release of the game there's a maximum amount of times you can fish before the game decides to never give you green spots anymore. So you can fish, but the fishing bar will have no green spots and no yellow spots, so you cannot get any encounter or any Cardmon battle from fishing. So it essentially forces you to exit the map and enter it again. So the European version is a little bit worse in that regard. Yeah, something like that. And the way they handled the game is really weird. It almost feels like the NTC version is sort of a better version of a game. Like an open beta that was actually sold. I have no idea why I just clicked at that. Too focused at chat, I guess. Let's just call it RNG and RNG manipulation, because we're definitely getting the item drop now. Or not. Man, I'm getting unlucky with these drops. I'm pretty sure it's a very common drop. really want that fishing rod, so can't really skip doing that. The next time we're going to be here is quite a bit in the future. Ah, there we go. Spider web. One thing I really don't understand about the PAL version is the post-game. Because they did include a post-game, but they kind of sealed off large amounts of a map. So it really doesn't feel like much. Hey, and of course the final battle, which I'm not going to spoil, but it's not really very challenging at all. Because you can always just bring healing items, and if you just bring enough healing items, it's just a battle, but not an extremely challenging one. And definitely not worth all the effort you have to put in to even trigger that battle. Ah, okay. I'm definitely going to make a save before attempting this, because the training in this game is horribly random. And since the amount of training points is fixed, you only get 5 training points for each time you level up. And if you get unlucky in training, you essentially just waste these training points. So I'm going to make a save in case the training goes horribly wrong, so I can just reset. I'm not going to farm training chips at Scorpiomon for half a day. That's not worth it. When you are so far into the game, you really don't need them anymore. Chances are you are going to reach the maximum offense hours earlier. And once you max out offense, the rest of your stats are not really important anymore. You essentially want to have maximum offense and a good chunk of defense so enemies don't double turn you. And once you have that, the rest is barely important. Hey. That training was definitely acceptable. We can run with this, no problem. Okay, time for the beef up section. I'm going to grind against Triceramon and try to get an item you need later on. Glad to hear that. Okay, if I did everything right, I should be able to beat them in 2 hits. Yeah, definitely strong enough. Wow. I may have even overtrained then. Yeah, definitely overtrained. Okay, we got our second boosting move, which is going to be really important. One of the reasons Guilmon is so good at the start is because he learns both an offense boost move and a defense boost move. And boosting attacks are really good in the game, especially before you have the money to buy items which boost your stats. And since Guilmon is a physical attacker and doesn't learn magic attacks, all the use you have for your MP are for boosting moves anyways. Oh, and we're fast enough to double turn him. That's perfect. I'm from Germany. Yeah, I guess there's really no way to hide the accent. People are going to notice. TNT ball. I would appreciate everybody using English, just so everyone can WeChat. And we got the TNT ball. Perfect. My favorite is Sukamon. Any kind. Sukamon, King Sukamon, Platinum Sukamon. Mostly because it's a really silly idea. It's pretty hilarious, and they are usually very useful in the games they are in. Like the regular one is really useful for glitches and exploit in the first game, and the Platinum one is really useful for power leveling in Cyber Sleuth and its sequel. Almost forgot we're done with this part 2. We're definitely strong enough to face the next boss now. I played Digimon World 1, 3, 4, Rumble Arena 2, Cyber Sleuth, and Hacker's Memory. Okay, we have some extra defense now, which I hope is enough to survive a few hits from the next boss, because the next boss is surprisingly one of the hardest in the game, considering how early you can fight him. Master Tyrannomon can pretty much kill you with one hit if he gets a critical. And for some reason they thought to give him attacks that have a high critical rate, so you're pretty likely to die if you come unprepared. The best outcome we could get is take a few hits and then blast and defeat him with the ultimate of the blasted Digimon. That would definitely be the best outcome we could get, and considering our blast meter is already very, very high, we have a good chance to actually get that. And that is also the way the speedrunners defeat this enemy. Just get the blast meter very high and then blast against him and use Atomic Blaster, which is a really powerful attack for this early in the game. Wow! Oh my god, we are lucky. Tyrannomon is the first Digimon in the entire game which can drop an elemental equip item. And we got one on the first try. These elemental items are really good because even if the enemy resists the element you are using, you still get a little amount of extra damage. So there's no reason to not use one. You always want to have an elemental item equipped. And getting one this early is really good. Especially fire, because a lot of enemies are weak against fire in the forests. So we're definitely going to use this. Okay, heal up to maximum, and we are going to take this fight. Hey Omega. Beat the game, play a few card games, and have fun basically. Wow. We got such a good fight that we might even beat him without blasting at all. This is really good, because if we beat him without blasting, we can use the blast at the leader of the next battle. But I might blast now. Yeah, never mind. I guess we can just take this as a free heal. And as eye candy, because he has a really cool ultimate. I'm not going to complain about the free heal, so we just take that. And we're going to finish him with style. This attack is really nice. Oh, and there's one big advantage of using Guilmon. Because once you beat this guy, he gives you the old claw, and the old claw is an item Guilmon can actually use in battle. And it's better than the sword you get from this early in the game. So it's the only of the old items that is actually useful in the game. Every single other old item you get from bosses in this game is usually a lot weaker than the items you can buy at that point. But this is an exception. It's actually a pretty good item. At least for this point in the game. Later on it's going to be useless, but now it's going to be very useful. So we are going to equip that one. And get rid of the dagger we got at the start of the game. And I'm going to give the dagger to Kumamon, so it gets a little bit of charisma from that, because we need a certain amount of charisma to unlock the secret shop in Asuka City. That's going to be a very hard goal, because that game has a lot of Digimon. Nice, that was a crit. That was easy. If you get the complete edition of the game, all the extra Digimon from Hacker's Memory are added to Cyber Sleuth 2. So both have the increased amount. Hey Guilmon. I'm unable to greet you probably because I cannot read that name, but hello. It's very, very different. The games are completely different. They have almost nothing in common, other than the name. They're both called Digimon World, but it might as well be a completely different game. Yeah, this is pretty much a traditional RPG. I'm pretty sure this is a plot hole. The mission tells us to get a Guilmon, but we already do have one, and we can't just ask our own Guilmon to give us the blue card. Completely different from Digimon World 1. Also, hi, Mameo. From the ones I played, I would rate them 1, then 3, then Hacker's Memory, then Cyber Sleuth, and then 4. I didn't play Next Order, and I've been told that I'm probably not going to like it. And as far as I can tell, they're probably right about that. I'm not sure if that's really accurate, because people also complain that you die way too fast in the first Digimon world. And you can definitely finish the entire game with one Digimon for the first Digimon world. And we got our ultimate. No, I don't. I don't speedrun it, but I could. Yeah, the encounter rate is one of the biggest issues by far. That you cannot avoid encounters at all. I mean, at this point it's not that bad because the encounters still give enough experience to be worth it. But once you reach the later half of the game, most encounters are just useless. There's enough story enemies to grind yourself up, and you really don't need encounters anymore at some point. Not much actually. We got some money, then I bought a dagger. We used Pyrosphere against each early enemy because they are weak to fire. Then I reached level 5. Then I switched to Guilmon and equipped a sword and a dagger. Then I just used regular attacks against each enemy. Then we went to the protocol ruins, talked to the leader. Then we went to Triceramon and grinded against them. Trained at Leomon. Then went to Master Tyrannomon. Then got the old claw and equipped it. Then we beat the first Asuka leader, and that's where we are at currently. I mean, the reason Guilmon one-shot so much is because he is very unbalanced. He's fast, he's strong, but he doesn't take a lot of hits. But we already kind of fixed that issue by buying some armor and training a little bit of defense. That's probably already going to be enough for a long while. Oh, and we got lucky and got Firepower 1 from the first Tyrannomon we encountered. So that's also a lot of free extra damage. The elemental powers are really worth it. And I'm definitely going to grind for better elemental power items later in the game. Especially since Guilmon is one of the few Digimon who actually gets a stealing attack. And since he can steal items, he's the best choice to get those elemental items. So I'm definitely going to abuse that later on. Oh wow. Okay, that was very unlucky. That's why I bought this one Revive. Because the chance you die against Master Tyrannomon or this Triceramon is just too high to not buy it. And we had enough money to get it, so not a big issue. Let's use our ultimate. He's more defensive. And we got a second TNT for. I have no idea, but I heard that from so many people that they think they have to press something to evade. And there's absolutely nothing like that in the game. That's like people who thought that you can increase your catch rate in Pokemon by pressing buttons or holding buttons. Or that you can use more attacks by spamming the attack button in the first Digimon World game, which almost everybody who ever streams this game does. They are always sometimes starting to mash the commands, but it does nothing. But still everybody does it, and even I'm doing it sometimes because it just feels better to do. I'm going to check one thing. There's a chance we could already unlock the secret shop. Because the old claw is giving us a lot of charisma, which might be enough. Okay, we don't have enough. Does anyone remember how much charisma you need to unlock that? I have 160, 201, 202. Give me a second, I will just look it up. Okay, you need 210 and I have 202. So I'm just going to buy one single item and equip it, and we should be able to unlock the place early. And unlocking the auction house early is really useful, because like I said at the start of the game, the auction items sell for insane amounts of money. Unreasonable amounts of money, to be honest. And that should be enough. Oh, wait, there's one more thing we can buy. In order to make the fishing rod, we need to buy a bamboo spear for later. But not equip it. Okay, let me check if we have enough money for the auction. 1,300. Yeah, we should be fine. We definitely have enough money. Oh, okay, but there is no auction. Strange. I was pretty sure there's an auction. Oh, okay, we missed it. Now I remember. There's an auction after you defeat the leader, but it's gone if you start looking for the blue card. So since we already triggered the blue card quest, we unfortunately already missed the first auction. Well, it's a good time to start learning how to do the card battles. But I'm going to skip all this explanation. I hope you don't mind, because I already know how to play this game. And they really explain way too much, instead of just teaching you by throwing you into a battle. They really try to explain every single thing by dialogue, which really doesn't work. Okay, time to duel. Okay, so this is a pretty simple card game. At the start of each game you draw a card, and depending on which one you draw, you either get the first turn yourself, or your enemy gets the first turn. There's Digimon cards and there's program cards, so there's pretty much, if you play Yu-Gi-Oh, there's monster and spell cards. Rookie Digimon. Well, let's first start with the elemental points. At the bottom you have elemental points, and each Digimon has an element which corresponds to a color. And if you draw them, you get 1 more color point. So if I draw a Patamon which is white, I get 1 white point. And depending on the level, you have to tribute points in order to summon them. As for rookie Digimon, they don't need any points, so drawing them gives you 1 energy, and summoning them uses none. If you use a champion level, you use 1 to summon them, so it evens out. You get 1 for drawing them, and you use 1 to summon them. And for an ultimate, you need to tribute 2 points, and for Mega 3 points. So if you want to use high-level Digimon, you need to find a way to get more elemental points, because you don't get enough just by drawing them to summon them. So you need, for example, to include spell cards, in this game program cards, which also have an element. So if you, for example, draw 1 mega level and 2 program cards, which are all set as white, you will gain 3 white points by drawing them, and then you can tribute these 3 points to summon the 1 Major level Digimon. So it's a pretty easy game to get into, but you actually have to take some time and build a good deck to beat enemies at later stages of the game, because they will start to get really good cards, and you obviously only get really bad ones at the start. So you have to fight a lot of enemies to get cards, or, which is even better, find Guilmon, which is a Digimon which drops booster packs, which is pretty much the best way to get boosters in this game. So technically it's inferior to really play the game. You only want to farm booster packs at Guilmon and essentially only fight enemies in the card game to get certain benefits. Like there's a whole island which is only dedicated to card games, and you get a trophy if you win against every enemy there. So the best way to do that would actually be to never play the game, only farm booster packs at Guilmon, and then build an overpowered deck and then challenge the enemies at the card island. But that would obviously be a little bit boring, so I'm going to play the card game a few times, just to have something different compared to the grindy Digimon battles, which I can definitely appreciate, that there's a second type of battle you can do. It definitely helps to make the regular battles a little bit less annoying by just mixing it up and doing a few card games here and there. But one thing I really hate about the card games is that you cannot just open the booster pack. You have to talk to a Divamon, because apparently only Divamon have the abilities to open a pack of cards for some reason. And you can for some reason name your folders. So you can build 3 decks at a time. But at this stage of the game you really don't have any synergy yet. So there's not really a theme we could name the folder after. So I'm just going to keep the names as they are. I'm not quite sure which card that is, but I'm well aware that there are some endgame cards which are absolutely broken. Like cards that reduce the attack points of every single enemy to 0. And stuff like that. Oh, in case you're wondering why I'm still using Guilmon, I'm waiting for him to learn Picking Claw. After that we're switching to Ultimate. This is my favorite theme in the game. And unfortunately, it's one you're going to hear very, very rarely. I'm really sad they didn't use this soundtrack, this specific track for the enemy encounters. Because they only use it for friendly tamer battles, which are 100% optional. There's never a battle against a friendly tamer you ever have to take. Really? They reused the music in Digimon World 2? I never played 2 because 2 didn't release in Germany. In fact, I don't think Digimon World 2 was released in Europe at all. I guess it didn't sell too well, so they didn't even bother releasing it. That's why for our region the third game, this game was called Digimon World 2003 instead of Digimon World 3, because we skipped 2, so the name wouldn't make any sense. But yeah, I really like this music. Too bad they didn't really use it a lot. it was a really interesting idea how they implemented these battles though. Because as you noticed, if you played this game yourself, the replies of the NPCs in the overworld are different depending on what they think about you. And what they think about you is depends on the charisma of your Digimon. So it's pretty much a coolness stat in the game. And if they can appreciate you, they will start to allow you to do card battles. And if they appreciate you a lot, they will start to have Digimon battles with you. So since we kind of increased our charisma to a level where we are cool enough to do auctions, they appreciate us enough to actually do Digimon battles. If a stat was a bit lower, we would have a card battle instead. And if it was even lower, they would just talk to us but not battle us. But some of the NPCs in the game have really check for really high values to even trigger a battle. But as for Digimon World 2, yeah. I obviously never played it myself, but I watched a few clips and it looks so slow. Not just the loading times, but just the speed at which the 3D battles play. This game is already a little bit slow, but the second game seems to be even slower than that. I'm not sure if I can really enjoy a game that is that old and which I don't have any nostalgia for. I probably wouldn't enjoy this game if I didn't play it as a kid. I think I'm wrong here. I think we skipped... Yeah, we skipped him. I almost forgot what we are doing currently. We're looking for Guilmon. And he said he was going to the second town, but he stopped because he was hungry, so... He's at the inn in the forest. Do you mean how far we are into the game? Because the notes at the left side should probably explain it to you. You could, yes you could. And if you train Metal Guilmon to level 99, you get Mega Gagomon, which is the easiest tier 2 tier 2 Mega Digimon you can get in the game. The way levels work is really weird in this game. There's Rookie, Champion, Ultimate, Mega 1, Mega 2 and Mega 3. For some reason they divided Mega Digimon into 3 tiers. So technically there's a lot of there's more levels than in the usual format. Never. Do you have any idea how much work it is to even get a Belzemon? It's too much work. It's not worth it. It's not worth it at all. He might be the strongest Digimon in the game. And he really is. He is the best one. There's people who say the best one is Imperial Digimon Paladin mode, but it's definitely Belzemon. But it just takes so much time. Yeah, it takes quite a while to get him to. I did actually have an Imperial Digimon Paladin mode as a kid. And I have no idea how much time it took me. Probably weeks. And we've been tricked. We needed a blue card, and what did we get? An 8 blue card. This might be a little bit too hard. She has an 11, a level 11 folder. Yeah, getting Guilmon is not worth it. Okay, I'm going to do a short break. I will be back soon. Okay, I'm back. I brought something to eat. To be honest, I'm not really hyped about that game myself. It looks interesting, but it doesn't look like a game I would enjoy. And I really don't understand why it took so long to develop, because it looks like a rather simple game. I mean, it does kind of feel like an indie game, which is obviously not the case. That kind of worries me, because if a game looks like an indie game and it's actually from a rather huge developer, that's usually it usually hints at it being either rushed or they kind of don't really care and just want money. That's kind of the feeling I got from the Nintendo Switch Pokemon games, because I obviously don't consider those AAA games. For me, they are just glorified indie games, because that's what they are. People told me Cyber Sleuth is good because it has such a good story. But truth be told, the thing I disliked the most about that game was the story. I enjoyed the gameplay, but I really didn't enjoy the story at all. So I'm not quite sure what to think if people tell me a game is going to be good because it has good story. Because you can have the perfect story, but if it doesn't blend well with the gameplay, it doesn't matter. That's kind of the issue I had with Cyber Sleuth. Because it feels like a detective game with some Digimon stuff thrown in. It doesn't feel like it was intended to be what it is. And that's why I had issues with it. It's kind of fun, but it honestly didn't feel much like a Digimon game. Okay, time to add some new goals. If you'd ask me what kind of game I would wish, I would probably like the racing aspects of the first game with the story aspects of this game and the battle system of Cyber Sleuth. If there was a game like that, I would definitely be very happy with it. Fast travel would have helped for sure. They could have just removed the travel sections between digging and using the submarine. So when you use the items, you would just spawn at the end. That would already make travel times a lot less tedious. But like I said, the biggest thing the game lacks is repels. An item you could use to not get get encounters. I kinda do, Omega. I kind of do know them all. At least the useful ones. And there's a lot of shortcuts that barely anyone knows that are really useful. Like you can go from Asuka City Central Sector to Amaterasu City Central Sector with just one hole in the ground. As a kid, I always went to the Jungle Shrine to change servers. But after I learned that you can just use the digging holes to change servers, that kind of blew my mind. flight would have helped, yeah. I definitely appreciate what they did with Bergermon in the first Digimon world. That was one of the aspects I really loved about that game. Because it's not just that you recruit something, so you increase a number that Digimon tells you, but you actually got something out of it. Not only did the town change, which was really nice to see how far you progressed, but you also usually got um, some sort of helpful job they fulfilled. So that was a really nice aspect, and Belgiumon was definitely appreciated to have some sort of quick travel. This should be a lesson to all Minecraft players. You don't punch the trees, you kick the trees. One big advantage of Guilmon also is that you one-shot wild encounters, which makes them somewhat bearable. Imagine using a defensive Digimon, where you would even have to use 2 or 3 attacks against encounters. It would slow the game down way too much. I mean, Kumamon isn't bad. But like with all the Maniac packed Digimon, it's hard to use properly. Because it's very unbalanced. It's strong, it's fast, but it barely has any MP, which is a huge problem. And to be honest, the biggest mechanic in this game you have to understand is that magic is absolutely useless. If you look into how this game calculates damage, you will notice that magic attacks are completely underpowered. Because they have a minimum and a maximum amount of damage they can do. So at some point, you can't one-shot enemies with magic, even if you completely max out your spirit stat. It doesn't matter because your magic attack has a maximum high roll it can get. And that's one of the reasons why just using regular attacks and techniques that use your physical attack are way better. Because if you have maximum physical attack, you will do insane amounts of damage regardless. That's one of the reasons why Patamon and Renamon are never used in serious speedruns. Because they focus on magic. And if you mostly deal damage via magic, you are definitely underpowered at the end of the game. At the start, it's kind of good. At the start, magic attacks actually do more damage than your regular attacks would. Like we did with Guilmon at the start of this playthrough. We only used Pyrosphere and never used our normal attack because Pyrosphere did way more damage. But if we would switch back to Guilmon, we would notice how little damage Pyrosphere would do now compared to our normal attack. And obviously, you have to unlock the magic attacks, while with normal attacks you can just buy better and better gear. So they're also very situational, especially if you don't know which is the elemental weakness of each enemy. And unlike Pokemon, where you can deduce the elemental weaknesses according to the type, in this game you will not be able to figure out what the weakness of each Digimon is, because even if it's a weak color, the type effectiveness can change. So the type effectiveness of a brown Numemon and a green Numemon is not going to be the same. So you would have to look up the weaknesses of every single enemy, which is definitely pretty hard. I mean, like in Pokemon, if you grind a lot, you will win the game. This is an RPG, so grinding solves every problem. You just have to do more of it. But as this game is pretty slow, I will try to strategize in a way that reduces grinding to the absolute minimum. That's a hard question. Which anime season did I like the most? An easier question would be which season I like the least. Because the season I like the least from the ones I watched was season 5. Which felt like it tried too much to run by nostalgia alone by just reintroducing Agumon. But I didn't really like season 2 either. I would probably say I like Tamers the most, and then Adventure 1. Then Frontier, then Savers, and then Adventure 2. The other ones I never watched. The last one I watched was Savers, or Data Squad as it was called in some dubbed regions. This game is really hard if you don't know who to talk to. because nobody gives you hints. The previous NPC just told us to look for information about Guilmon. So if you played this for the first time, you would just have to talk to every single NPC in the entire game. And it just happens to be that just a random NPC in a place you never really have to visit at all gives you the information. That was definitely kind of a weak move. I really like the original Metal Greymon. And even the lore behind it. That it was a sort of failed attempt to prolong the life of Greymon, who tried to live longer by incorporating metal parts to its design, but failed, so its skin kind of slightly rotted, resulting in this menacing bluish zombie Greymon, which I definitely prefer over the good Metal Greymon they introduced for the anime. The original one definitely fits better, especially with the tethered wings, which look a lot better on a virus type than on the vaccine type they added later. A lot of reasons, Mameo. A lot of reasons. We need less experience. He's a glass cannon, so we one-shot a lot of the wild encounters, which saves time. He gets picking claw, so we can steal items from enemies, which is extremely helpful. He gets boosting moves, which we can use strategically in battles to boost our defense or offense or speed. And he gets the earliest ultimate in the game, which is Metal Mamamon, who also happens to get Mechanical Bash, which is one of the best, if not the best, physical elemental attack you can learn. So it just adds up. There's a lot of convenient things you get from using Guilmon. And as I said before, Tamers is my favorite anime season, so I kind of really like Guilmon. For me, it's just a better version than Agumon. Yeah, laughing. I really like that kind of lore. Especially since all these failed prototype attempts of mechanizing ultimately resulted in the creation of Machine Dramon. Like Metal Greymon, Andromon, Metal Tyrannomon, and Metal Mamamon, they all were just prototypes to include one type of weapon or armor into their design. And in the end, all of these prototype metal parts were harvested from them to create Machine Dramon, which is essentially just a combination of all the metal parts of those Digimon. It was a really kind of neat idea. Essentially, Machine Dramon is the metal version of Chimeramon. Just parts added together. As a kid, I didn't even notice that Machine Dramon was just a mashup of metal parts of other Digimon. maybe because he's so giant that you barely even see his 3D model in the game when you use him. Guilmon is extremely large. I think Guilmon was really large in season, which one was it? Season 5, but a lot shorter in season 3, which I don't really understand. You don't need frame perfect inputs to get text stacking Digimon World 1. The easiest method to set that up would be using Barkamon, and that's very forgiving. It's pretty easy to do actually. It's just that if you did too much in the game, so you don't have access to the easy setup methods, that you will have to rely on harder ones. But even then, there are methods that are easier than that. Frame perfect inputs are barely needed in any strategies at this point. Like, you can just get sleepy and pick up an item and never confirm picking it up, and just let the game run while doing something else, and at some point you will just get sick, and then you will also stack text boxes. It takes ages, but that's the easiest way to do it. Just pick an item up and just let the game run. Eventually you will get sick. The easiest way you can do that is by starting the Mutusmon quest line. So Stake spawns outside of the mansion, and then you just have to touch Barkamon and then immediately run into the stake, and then just wait until Barkamon starts talking to you, and then you have to fail his quest by just answering no, and then you essentially already set it up. That's the easiest way in the game to do it. I really struggled at this quest as a kid, because you're supposed to find Digimon in this forest, and he hid somewhere, and they actually really hit him really well, because there is not a single pixel of his model you can see. He's completely hidden behind a tree. And if you don't know where it is, you probably are going to have to press X at every single obscured place of the map. So this can take ages if you never did it before. You mean the video where I just sped up the music because the fight was that slow? Yeah, he's behind that tree. And there's no reason you could ever find that out by just looking at it. You would have to press X pretty much everywhere. And for some reason, if you talk to Guilmon, the game lags a little, which you probably noticed when I talked to him. I have no idea why that happens. It's one of the few places where the game actually lags. Okay, we are playing Minecraft now because we can kick trees to get not wood but cards, which is even better. He's one of my favorites for sure. All versions of Sukamon are equally nice. Obviously the normal one because it's the original, the king because he's the king, and Platinum Sukamon because he's extra fabulous. There is a way to avoid that. You just have to go to the training camp and increase your MP so it's over the value where the text box would appear, and then it won't appear again. But the MP consumption bonus thing is really weird. There's some sort of error in the text that is displayed, and due to that the text cannot be properly shown and the game just stops logs. But what the game tries to do is, if you have a very large amount of MP, I'm not quite sure what the exact amount is. I think 700 or 800 or something like that. Once you are above that value, the game gives you a bonus where your techniques use less MP. And it would never tell you that this bonus is applied unless you reach that very value after a battle. Then it tries to give you that explanation. But if you reach that that value by training at the gym, it will just not tell you about it. And we got Picking Claw, which is insanely useful. Maybe even the best technique in the game, because it's just so damn convenient. Because drop rates in this game are very, very, very low at the end. And even if drop rates are low, if you just boost your defense to insane levels and then don't use any weapons, so you do extremely low amounts of damage, and then just pick and claw an enemy for half an eternity, you will eventually get any item you want. You can just spam pick and claw over and over again until you get it, which is really nice. I'm training him now. I needed to get Guilmon to level 25 so he lands Pick and Claw. But now that we have the attack, we can switch to Metal Marmamon instead. They are really good for how early you can get them. Usually the tier 2 Mega Digimon are hidden behind very complex methods of obtaining them, like DNA Digivolution or even DNA Digivolution times 2 or times 3. But Mega Gargomon and Phoenixmon are the only two Mega Tier 2 Digimon you can get by just progressing in a straight line. You just unlock one Digimon, you level it, you get the next, you level it, you get the next, and you level it, and then you get it. But Phoenixmon's line is really bad because it's magical based, it's defensive, And that's the worst combination you can have in this game. Because like I said before, magic is underpowered, being defensive makes the game slow, and it's not really worth it. So what you really want is physical-based attacks and offense-based stat distributions. And while Malmon doesn't fit that perfectly because he's actually defense-based, the sheer fact that he uses physical attacks and is so early to obtain and gets really good techniques makes up for that. Oh, I almost forgot we got the tree roots. And we're going to get the fishing rod now. I'm not quite sure, but it would probably be able to glitch the game. I would imagine something like missing no from Pokemon. Not at all. Guilmon has horrible defense. It's just that I made sure to counteract it by buying armor and training a little bit of defense earlier. And Metal Marmon is a Digivolution that focuses on defense. So that's a good way to kind of fix that one huge issue Guilmon has, because naturally by level up, Guilmon really gets low defense boosts. So he is pretty much the definition of a glass cannon. He deals high amounts of damage, he can deal it fast, but if you get hit, chances are you're going to die in 1 or 2 hits. But with training a little bit of defense, getting a few armor items, and then getting Metal Marmon, which is mostly defensive from his stat distribution, that patches that up pretty nicely. Is fish an actual word? I'm pretty sure I learned in school that the plural of fish is just fish. Or am I wrong here? I mean, obviously English is not my first language, so I might be wrong about that. Fishes? Ah, I see. Is that a British, American, English thing? If you say fishes or fish? Because in school I learned it's fish. I definitely remember that because it's kind of one of the weird words where all rules don't apply. Like Orange Banner, yes. So what you're saying is casually you would say fish, but if you want to sound smart, you say fishes. How's the stream delay, by the way? I tried making it shorter compared to last stream, but I'm not sure how many seconds the delay currently is. Damn, that was a good train. I see. Good then. Because the last stream had way too huge of a delay. It had like 40 seconds of stream delay, which was pretty bad. It made answering chat a little bit too hard. And I probably missed a lot of questions because of that in the last stream. Nice, we one-shot them. That's definitely what we want. And if I remember correctly, Cardmon even give better experience than most normal enemies. So just randomly headbutting trees is usually definitely worth it. I guess this is a pretty good way to get rid of aggression. The tree obviously doesn't care. And it doesn't even drop its fruit. And what kind of tree has 3 different kinds of fruit anyways? We will never be able to learn what kind of fruits these are. I mean, it would make more sense for the trees to have cards as fruits. So the design choice of adding a tree which has fruits on them but drops Cardmon kind of contradicts itself. I mean, they could have put a small Cardmon model inside it or something like that. But the idea of adding kickable trees is pretty weird to begin with. I kind of like it. It feels like something someone would come up with when drunk, or worse. Someone had to sit at a table and think about what to add in a game, and someone said, "Oh, let's make a feature so you can kick trees." I suppose the hashtag team trees doesn't apply here. Honestly, if I was still a kid, I would probably kick trees if it gave me booster packs for card games. I definitely would have done it. The one thing I really hated about them is that they can curse you, which I never really understood how it worked. Like, it lowers your stats, but it sort of does it permanently. But then again, it's not permanent. It lowers your stats and they are still lowered after the fight is over, but at some point the condition is gone. But I never really learned how long it stays and what kind of rules apply there. I still don't really know how it works. I just know that at some point you get your stats back, but I don't know when. If you get cursed, your stats are lowered outside of battle. So even if you win or run away, your stats are still going to be lowered. But confusion is definitely the worst. If you get confused, you get a really fitting music, and all of your battle commands are replaced by idiotic commands which make no sense. And what you actually do in battle is randomized. So you have the chance to not attack for 10 turns, which almost always kills you. Status inflictions are completely broken in this game. The only one that's not broken is poison, because poison, while doing damage, doesn't do enough damage to be a huge issue. But confusion is the worst by far. Stun and sleep are also bad because they essentially do the same thing. They make it so that you can't act in battle. So you just get attacked again and then again and again, and eventually you just die. Because you don't even have the chance to heal it if you get unlucky. Unlike in Pokemon, where even if you're paralyzed or put to sleep, you can always open the bag and use an item. But for some reason in this item, if your Digimon is paralyzed, the tamer can't open the inventory for some reason. It doesn't make any sense. Okay, I'm going to sell the equipment we are not going to use anymore because there's no use for it. And I like to have money. I don't get the question because I am only using Guilmon. I only have the other two in the party, so they are essentially a free one turn which I can use to heal Guilmon back up. That's the only reason why I'm still taking them with me. In case Guilmon dies, I can switch in one of the other two and use that one turn in order to use a healing item in order to revive Guilmon. So we really are only going to use him, and the two are just death fodder. That's all they are. I can see Unimon's mask. I can see Mega Seedramon's mask, Gardemon's claws, Digitamon's egg. Not sure where you see Guilmon. Yeah, right, those are Mamamon's gloves. Not sure what the blue thing is. You're right, the blue thing is Guilmon. It's Guilmon's head, but from the side. It's tilted so the face is at the left, and in the middle it's the right. It's the left horn, and at the left it's the right horn. That might actually be Guilmon's head. It's kind of nice. They really did a lot of detail work on those maps by just adding Easter eggs like that. I never really took the time to look at all these items, but I guess if you look close enough, each of them really is some part of some Digimon that actually exists. I can definitely agree with that. There's some sort of some sort of really nice look the sprites give. I really like sprite-based games. Kind of what ruined Pokemon for me. That they abandoned that concept. Because even with current technology, you can make really insane sprite-based games. You just have to put the work into it. And then a huge advantage it has is if you're not aiming for realism, your game ages a lot better. This still looks good. If this was in full 3D, it wouldn't look good. Because you could tell how old it is, because 3D technology wasn't as good back then. But if you do this stylistic approach by using sprite-based assets, it really ages a lot better. This still looks good. I guess that's true. For how many Digimon there are in this game, you really can't obtain a lot of them, which is kind of bad. There's so much enemy variety, just teasing all of these Digimons, which you can't get. If you told me this was an early PS2 games, I would have believed it. I would have believed it for sure. There are PS2 games which look way worse. And when this game released, I already had a PS2. This was the only PS1 game I bought after already owning a PS2. The encounters aren't an issue. I had to grind for metal attack anyways. Yeah, you can play any PS1 game on PS2. And as a matter of fact, they played better on PS2. Because PS2 has an option called fast disk speed. And if you play a PS1 game on PS2 and you enable fast disk speed, it pretty much doubles or triples the loading time. It halves or cuts the loading time by 3. It's very noticeable. Oh my god, it's Domo. And he's angry. The machine tech is important because, like I previously said, physical attacks are inherently stronger than magical based ones. And the each element has two physical special techniques. And those elemental physical techniques have an extra attack bonus for the element they're using, and this extra elemental damage is way beyond the tiny amount of elemental damage you get from using an elemental equip item like firepower 1 or 2. And getting one of those attacks early just means that you basically do more damage. Like, this metal attack does more damage than using a regular attack with a metal power 1 would do. And the second attack you learn after that even does more damage than a metal power S would do. And metal power S is an item you get at the end of the game. So you can essentially just spam your metal attack and will do more damage than your normal attack would. And since we don't use MP for anything else and Guilmon has rather good MP, we can just spam that attack. Until we learn the finisher, of course. Once we get the finisher will do more damage. I didn't. I think it's a PSP and 3DS game. I do have a 3DS, but it wasn't released here. Ah, okay, I already have the same item equipped. No! Get away. Get away from me. Get away. Don't kill me. This is the worst encounter you can get. Oh my god. Oh my god. Run away. Oh. Oh my god. I have no idea why they put this in the game. This enemy does way more damage than anything in the next few, even in the next hour. I have no idea who thought about that. He's completely out of place. If this happens in a speedrun, it's almost over. If you can't run away from this guy, you are dead. Yes, this will be uploaded. Yeah, this battle is scripted. It's scripted to almost kill you and then you instantly run away. So I just switched to Guilmon. So my Guilmon doesn't take damage in case I'm getting encounters now. So I don't have to heal. Also, if I took the hit, I would have blasted. And I want to preserve the blast for the next big battle. Not really, because they might be a different color, but it doesn't mean that they are rare. In some games, the different colored ones are actually less rare than the proper color ones. The HP bar is reversed, so it doesn't go from right to left, but from left to right. And the items are rebalanced. And I think the stats of the enemies are also different. it has more content, but the content you get is pretty mediocre, and the game is slower. The PAL version runs at 50 FPS, so it's inherently slower at absolutely everything. So if you played both games at the same time, you would essentially lose a few hours just by playing the PAL version. The only reason I'm playing this version is because it's easier to exploit, and I kinda like stuff like that. Since it's such a long game, it feels really rewarding to find ways to make it shorter. And in this version, this is way more apparent. It's definitely a long game. Even if you speedrun this, it will take quite a while. Like 6-7 hours. I don't think it's the longest. Cyber Sleuth takes ages to complete. At least it took me multiple days. I'm probably going to stream tomorrow too. I'm not sure how far I can play the game in just 2 days. In theory, I should be able to beat it tomorrow. In theory, if we don't do anything else but the main story stuff, but that might be a little bit boring. I'm pretty sure I will try to beat the card islands and stuff like that too, just because it's a little bit of variation. I forgot what I'm even trying to do. Are we looking for Baronmon or for Etemon? I forgot. We were looking for Sepinmon's mask. So we are looking for who? I'm lost. I'm already lost. Ah, okay, I forgot to talk to Baronmon. But I guess if we are already here, we can do the auction now. Okay. This folder is looking a lot better now. I guess we could do one card battle just to try it out. This should be the hardest tamer. Maybe like 2 or 3 more hours. I'm not quite sure. Does reducing HP to 0 destroy a Digimon? I think it does. Ah, okay. Then this card is definitely very nice. Yeah, right. If you reduce the HP to 0, a card is instantly destroyed. I almost forgot about that. So you can just debuff the enemy. And even if you increase its attack, if its HP is lowered to 0, it's destroyed. So early game, this card essentially is just destroy any monster. Yeah, that's the reason why I said playing the game is not really worth it. Because the booster you get from such a long battle is worse than the one you get from just defeating Guilmon in one punch. Hey. Yeah, the brown cards are really overpowered in the early, mid, and end section of a game. It's only really the final card battles where brown Digimon start to get bad, because there are a few cards that are specifically made to counter brown cards, and at the end a lot of enemies start to use those cards. So even though those cards don't need any tribute to be summoned, they are cards that specifically counter them. But for casual play, without doing additional endgame card battles, you definitely want to end up with a brown deck, because it's insanely overpowered for the largest sections of the game. And I will definitely try to do that too. Yeah, finding a shiny in a WOM hack is kind of bad, or in a just modified game in general, because you can and you can't really take credit for it. It's sort of real, but it's not really real. But I never really cared about stuff like that. I probably got around 10 shinies, and I always deleted my save files, because I just didn't care about it. That's kind of the way I think about it. I mean, I haven't really encountered a lot of them, but I did encounter a few shinies. And for most of them, I didn't even try catching them, I just went away. Because it's not really an aspect of the game I really care about. And if it's not a species I want to use, then I'm not going to catch it. And another thing is, even if I would enjoy it, I don't see the point of just getting one and then just boxing it. What's the point of getting it if you're not really using it? That's the biggest thing I don't really understand about hunting for shiny Pokemon. What's the point of getting it if you're not using it? Maybe back in the day, but now where everyone can just cheat and nobody will ever know, it's really hard to get bragging rights just by getting a real one. Because chances are someone is not going to believe you and just going to tell everyone that you cheated it. So the trophy aspect is kind of... I think I passed him again. He should be in this previous screen. There he is. Talking to every single NPC as a child must have been pretty tedious. I have no idea how I even managed to beat this game. Because I definitely did beat it as a kid. But I don't remember how long it took me. And I did beat it without using any guides, so I must have talked to everybody. You know, there's something weird about it being called Hitmonchan if it's always male. Can someone explain me why this guy has yellow eyes? Or are those yellow glasses? In which case, why is this guy in a suit wearing yellow glasses? Oh boy. Oh boy. Big one. That's... I'm really surprised how well training went. I never... Yeah, I think I failed 2 once, but that's it. If this was a speedrun, I would probably be on world record pace. But unfortunately, I'm not speedrunning, so that logic doesn't really apply. Did we just walk through him? Did we just walk through his entire body? This guy is magic. He's a magician. This is... And he doesn't even care. I would definitely care if somebody just walked through me. Hey, Oran. Digitalmon is really hard to get. I don't think it's worth trying to get him. I would just use the Misty Egg you get from the story. And if you want to get a stat boost out of that, I would just use the Misty Egg and then become Sukamon, save the game, reload, and then return to Digitalmon. That way you get a real one, because you will get the lifespan extension and the stat boost from evolving into him. But simply getting one from training is too much of a struggle in order to be worth it. So I wouldn't really recommend trying that. That's the limitation, yes. You only get one Misty Egg. Unless you clone it, but cloning is kind of broken. Well, it would be wiser to use the item now and not later, because once you finish the game, getting your stats high enough will probably be a lot easier than now. So maybe once you finish the game, you will be able to get one normally. So if you really want a Digitalmon, I would definitely advise you to use the item and then become Numemon. Sukamon, not Numemon. Just using the item without doing anything else isn't even worth it, because you won't get a stat boost and you won't live longer. So unless you can set it up to Digivolve to Sukamon immediately after you feed the item to become Digitalmon, I wouldn't even advise doing that. Not to mention that Digitalmon is a pretty bad Digimon in Digimon World 1. It has a really great moveset, but it has very slow animations. If Digitalmon gets hit by an attack, it will take 2 or 3 times as long to get back up again compared to others. And that's a major letdown. I'm not quite sure. I never tried getting a real Digitalmon, so I don't have the requirements in my head. But I think it was one that requires a low amount of mistakes or none. I think it was one that requires you to be good, not bad. But I'm not entirely sure on that. Like I said, I wouldn't advise even trying to get him. Because although even if you know what you're doing, chances are you're going to fail it. Okay, I'm definitely not going to take any optional battles now because the blast meter is almost full. So if we get lucky, we could just blast on the next major fight, which would be a huge help. I'm not going to get Argumon, no. There's nothing Argumon can do that Guilmon can't. Nice paperback. I'm not sure if someone did it with Botamon, but with Tanemon for sure. Because there's this glitch where Tanemon will never evolve. So you can technically raise a Tanemon to get max stats and then feed a piece of moldy meat to get sick, so your bubbles always hit. And then just beat Machine Room with Tanemon, just using bubble. It works, but it's really slow. But it is possible, and people have done it, so technically a challenge you can do, if you want. If you hate your life, because it's not going to be fun. From a certain point of view, yes, Oran. If you're looking for the optimal set for arena battles, Guilmon is the best one. But not by a long shot. There are others that are almost as good. And even if you use Guilmon, there's always a large portion of randomness in each battle. So if you get unlucky, it doesn't matter that you have Ice Statue. Because if your enemy also has Ice Statue, there is technically a chance that you will never be able to use it, because he will just be 1 frame faster than you. It's pretty unlikely for that to happen, but even with Ice Statue, you are never guaranteed to always win. There's always a chance you will fail. Even if that chance can be greatly reduced. But Poison Claw and Ice Statue definitely is a very good combination. If you have the MP to sustain that strategy, which you might not have if you're early in the game. It's definitely true. It's true. There's no way around that. Ice Statue and Megalo Spark are 2 attacks that you can just spam and win the game with. There is no reason to use any other attack than any of those 2. If you get one of them, you can just use it forever. It's good against everyone. It's fast, it doesn't use a lot of MP, it's strong, it has a large chance to stun the enemy, which is incredibly good. There's nothing bad about those 2 attacks. Spinning Shot is pretty good, but its long wind-up time is the death of it. Hmm. That's a hard question. Best ultimate. It depends. In a situation where every single stat you have is maxed, it only really matters if you can learn Ice Statue. So if you have max stats, any ultimate which gets Ice Statue would be the best. As a matter of fact, none of the ultimates that get Ice Statue get Poison Claw. If there was one which had both, that would definitely be the best one, but it doesn't exist. That's the reason why I recommended Guilmon for beating arenas. Because it might only be a champion, but it gets the two best attacks in the game. And there's no ultimate level that gets both. So without Poison Claw, the only factor you have for ultimate levels is just, does it get Ice Statue? If it does, then it's the best. And I can definitely understand why Malmayo suggests Megadramon, because of all ultimate level Digimon, Megadramon gets the biggest stat boost. But then again, you could argue for Skullgreymon, because you can just lose a life with Megadramon or Metal Greymon and get a Skullgreymon, which will, as a result, have even greater stats than the previous ones. So if you don't want to train and just want to cheese out an ultimate level with extremely strong moves, Skullgreymon might be the easiest method to do that. Because it learns Ice Statue, it gets fighting attacks, which are easy to learn at the start of the game. It's very easy to obtain, because Agumon and Guilmon can both get Metal Greymon very easy. Metal Greymon is a very easy ultimate. And then you just have to get your HP low and lose a battle and reset until you get Skullgreymon. Or as an alternative, you can just get sick and save the game a few seconds before you die from sickness, and then just reset until you get Skullgreymon, which is even better. It's slightly tedious, but definitely less tedious than trying to train up one. Because getting Skullgreymon by stats is pretty hard in comparison. There's countless tricks to get easy ultimates. Your best bet would be to get one of the small ones, because you can get Mamemon, Guilmon, and Piximon by simply never feeding and maxing the happiness. And that's enough. If you do these two things, you will always get an ultimate. And Mamemon has the advantage of being able to be upgraded. So the best thing you could do to get an easy ultimate, which can use a good attack, would be to get a Digimon that can Digivolve into Mamemon, never feed it, max his happiness, then Digivolve to Mamemon, then go to Factorial Town, save and sleep in front of Gadromon, and then just reset until you get Guilmon. Because Guilmon can learn Megalospark, which is also very easy to get. So that way you get 2 ultimate stat boosts, you get 2 lifespan boosts, and you get a Guilmon which can use a very good attack. Dark Native Forest is just the game failing to read well, now I should phrase this differently because I'm not quite sure, but essentially it's if a game thinks it's loading a new map, but it's not really loading a new map. I think that Native Forest just has the ID number of 0, so if the game cannot read a location, it will always display the location as Native Forest. And since it cannot load map data, the map is black. So if you are in a situation where the game tries to load a map that doesn't exist, or it is unable to load the map, then the map will be black because it cannot be loaded, and it will be displayed as Native Forest because Native Forest is the first map in order. And if you set up this Native Forest glitch in a place where it snows, the snow will not deload. So that's why it will also snow. Also, what the hell if she thinks Ogremon is cute? Yeah, getting Airdramon from Seedramon is really confusing, but it's definitely a thing. Seedramon and Birdramon can digivolve into Airdramon if they have 0 tiredness and 100% happiness and discipline and you sleep. Then it's a 50% chance that you digivolve into Airdramon when you wake up. It's really random, but it's definitely a real thing. Unlike Phoenixmon. Phoenixmon is one of these things where people just made up stuff that doesn't exist. If you try to Google how to get Phoenixmon, a lot of people will tell you that you have to get a Birdramon and die in battle, but you can try that for days. It's not going to work because it's not programmed into the game. You actually have to use Cockatorimon instead, which makes absolutely no sense because everybody who watched the anime is going to think that you have to use Birdramon. But in reality, they programmed that in with Cockatorimon, which is a Digimon a lot of people will not even get because it has requirements that are probably not the stats you would ever train without knowing about it. And Birdramon definitely is a Digimon you're going to get a few times just because its requirements are very easy to get, even by accident. Okay, time for our second gym battle. And we are lucky because our blast meter is about to explode. So we are probably going to blast in this fight, which is going to make it a lot easier. You can only get Monochromon from Agumon and Gabumon. Oh, and you can get it from having 500 defense and sleeping with Trimogamon, like Metal Hydra said. I'm not quite sure if the discipline thing applies though. I know the defense requirement is true. I'm not sure if discipline is required. Pray to Iron Jesus we were not going to get confused. Because confusion, like I said before, is the worst status infliction you can get. Yes! We are blasting and we are not getting confused. This is the best outcome we could have gotten. Yeah, that was definitely a win with style. I don't really have to grind at all. I'm going to do something in the next few minutes that is so broken that there is no grinding required for a very, very, very long amount of time. You'll see. I would have gotten decode if it would have been localized. I definitely would have tried it out. Because from what I've told, the Nintendo 3DS version is a lot better than the PSP version. And people told me it's the closest thing to Digimon World 1 that was ever released. Which I would definitely appreciate if that's really the case. It's pretty unlikely that you would get the parameters for Digitalmon. The Beetleland training is better than the regular training, but still the requirements are very hard to get. I wouldn't bet on it. I generally will not advise people to get ultimates by training stats, because as a lot of people can tell you, the biggest issue of Digimon World 1 is that you're going to try to train stats for a very specific Digimon, and you will eventually die. So you wasted hours of gameplay just trying, and that's one of the aspects that makes the game very depressing. So I would always advise to try to get an ultimate that you can get by bonus requirements without caring about the stats, because if you do it that way, your chances are not only very high, but you will also not have to do repetitive training. So I would always advise you to never go for stat requirements unless you are so far into the game that training stats is essentially easy. But yeah, if you know what you're doing, for example, by doing what Metal Hydra said, if you upgrade your gym and use the vegetables you can buy from Digimon and use them efficiently, then you can reach stats. It's not impossible, but it's hard, and if you don't plan ahead, you might be disappointed if you die. I wouldn't say 100 battles is a better option. Some Digimon have a 30 battle requirement or 40, which I would still consider better than training stats, but 100 is a lot of battles. That's the reason why I never got Digitalmon. Not without an item. Because Digitalmon has the worst combination of requirements you could possibly get. It has high stat requirements and it has a 100 battle special requirement. Both are hard to get. So Digitalmon, it's going to be tough if you don't want to use the item. It's going to be tough, if not impossible. I have never seen a streamer get Digitalmon normally. Never. Like I said, I would advise you to use the item, and if you want to get Digitalmon later, upgrade the gym completely, get all recruitments that upgrade the gym, use vegetables, and if you get all of these things, you might be able to get one naturally. No, 100 battles means you have to win 100 battles. So you would have to pretty much battle, for example, Dokunemon in Native Forest 100 times. Okay, we are now in the section that is maybe going to break the mind of a few people. Because this is the biggest power increase we will ever be able to do in the game. Yes, Orange. If you get a Digimon and you praise him, so he's always completely happy, but you never give him food, you will eventually get a Piximon. And that's 100%. You cannot get Master Tyrannomon. You can get him by, if you hack the game, but since he is not properly programmed, he will miss a lot of code which would be required for him to be used. If you hack yourself a Digimon that is only an enemy, you can battle with it, but you cannot. But it's always going to poop because it doesn't have a proper hunger cycle implemented. And if you hack yourself one that is not even used in battle, but just as an talkable NPC, it won't even be able to be used in battle. A lot of them, if used in battle, are just going to collapse into a pile of pixels, and they will just lie on the ground and be unable to do anything. They essentially just melt into a pile of flesh. Which is kind of disturbing if you think about it. Yeah, you can, but the protagonist is the only of the glitched evolutions that you can actually achieve in the real game without hacking. Because if you start the game in debug mode, which you can do by opening the disk tray, you can, by doing certain things, you can actually digivolve into the protagonist. I uploaded the video about that a while ago. You will not digivolve instantly, there is a time requirement. You have to have been in the current stage for a certain amount of hours. I don't have the exact amount in my head, but usually you will evolve to ultimate at age 11 to 12. If you're doing a really good job and you're sleeping late, you might even be able to do it at age 10. And of course, if you're using the starter, you will evolve only because the starter starts at rookie. So it will evolve earlier because it's age 0 at rookie level, which is impossible with any of the later ones because they need to reach an age of 1 to even be able to reach the rookie stage. But 11 is about the average you're going to be at earliest to get to the ultimate stage. So 11 is a good way to keep it in your head. The way the game treats time is really bad, so if you're unlucky, the game will tell you you are 10, but you are actually 12, or stuff like that. It happens. You can't really 100% rely on the number the game tells you, because in most cases it's going to be wrong. Especially if you do a lot of battles. If you do a lot of battles, the age number the game displays to you is very likely going to be wrong at some point. And as you can see, we paid 800 bits and 1,300 bits for these items, and they sell for 11,000 bits. Which is absolutely insane at this point of the game. If you play this game casually, you want to always check out a site which lists when the auctions are being held, and you want to buy every single auction item. Because even if you're not going to use them, you can just sell them for insane amounts of money. Which I'm going to do. So now we have almost 24,000 bits. And we just unlocked the secret shop. So now we are able to buy broken weapons, which are extremely expensive, but since we have the money, this is now not an issue anymore. And this is also the first instance where I'm able to buy a certain type of weapon, which, in my opinion, is definitely glitched. Which a lot of people will be disagreeing, but I'm certain that it's an error in the game, which is actually sort of explained in the game too. There's generally two types of weapons you can buy. There's 100 weapons and 200 weapons. And this is the earliest, I think it's the earliest 200 weapons we can buy. And there's an NPC in the game who explains weapons to you. And this NPC will tell you that 200 weapons, while cheaper, are always worse than using two 100 weapons. And no matter how you are going to test that, this is false. It's always going to be false. 200 weapons are always better than 100 weapons. And I think the reason why that is the case is because the programmers did a very, very huge mistake for 200 weapons. Because what I think happens is that the game applies the boost you get from equipping a 200 weapon twice. And that's the reason why the stat boost you get from equipping a 200 weapon is absolutely giant compared to equipping two 100 weapons. And that would definitely explain why the NPC tells you that two 100 weapons are better than one 200 weapon. Because if we would divide the boost by 2, this would actually be the case. If 200 weapons would only apply their boost once, then definitely this would make perfect sense, because then they would always be slightly worse than two 100 weapons from the same price category. But if we apply this boost twice, then it would definitely add up to the giant boost we get from using them like they are now. And this is a thing that also applies to the PAL version of the game. 200 weapons are broken. They are absolutely broken. And if you use a Digimon that cannot equip a 200 weapon, you are using the one Digimon. That's also one of the reasons why Guilmon is used, because Guilmon can use 200 swords. And using a 200 sword is definitely the most convenient choice you can do. And just looking at Zweihänder, it's broken. Getting 700 offense this early in the game is going to break the midsection of the game completely. So we are definitely going to buy a Zweihänder. It's the best weapon you can get for probably for the next 3 or 4 hours. And I know what I'm doing. I routed this game, I have a few notes, I'm going to play it as fast as I can. So having a weapon that is going to be the best weapon for 4 hours is going to be completely broken. Yeah, just compare this ring sword to Zweihänder. Look at these values and tell me that using a 200 weapon is not better than using two 100 weapons. It's so much better, it's not even a contest. Not to mention that the one-handed weapon is even more expensive than that one. So even in terms of money efficiency, the two-handed weapons are just way better. Yes, you lose speed, but you barely use any speed. Even if you lose 20 points of speed, it's nothing. You can equip armors. You can't equip a shield if you use a two-handed weapon, but shields are not useful enough to be used, in my opinion. There's not really a reason to try to play defensively. It just makes the game slower. You're better off just going to go all offense. But yeah, we're going to buy that one. Zweihander. It's the best weapon this early on. Oh, and I almost forgot, you can buy you can buy headgear that also increases your attack greatly. And since we have so much money, we can even get that. And as you can see, for a type of equipment that is not a weapon, this is also an insanely high attack boost. So Kabatari Horn is also super broken this early on. We only got 2 badges and we are already at 700 offense. Oh, and another broken item you can buy here are dark resistant armors. Because a lot of the hard endgame enemies are going to use the dark element on you. So equipping an item that increases your dark tolerance is very useful. And you have 2 choices between dark armor and dark cloak. And while dark armor gives you more defense and is more expensive, dark cloak gives you less armor but slightly more dark defense. So because we are going to use Counter Crest later, and Counter Crest is going to be more useful with less defense, Dark Cloak ends up being way more useful, because it gives us the biggest amount of dark defense we can get. And just with that we are already completely overpowered. I mean, just look at those stats. The stats we were displayed when buying the equipment is from our wiki. But the Digivolution itself also gives us a boost. So this is the stats we are currently at. And we're only level 16. Okay, I think that's money well spent. Already there's a very big difference. First, the amount of experience you need to increase your level is dependent on your level. And another thing is, yeah, stats. Usually bigger level means bigger stats, but that's not always the case. For example, Kabuterimon has stats which are on par with an ultimate, even though he's a champion level. Just like, for example, Devimon. Devimon also has stats which are better than some of the ultimate level Digimon. But one of the biggest things your level changes, which almost nobody would explain to you, is the attack power of your standard attack. Because if you just use attack instead of a technique, the game will actually look up the default strength of your attack. And dependent on your Digimon, this is a different value. So if you have a Rookie Digimon and a Mega Digimon, and both have exactly the same attack, and you just instruct them to use attack, they will do way different amounts of damage. Because the base power of the attack command is bound to the Digimon you are using. And in general, higher level means higher base power. So for example, the base attack of Imperial Digimon Fighter Mode will do a lot more damage than the base attack of Kabuterimon. And the base attacks aren't even the same for the same level. The base attack of Imperial Digimon Fighter Mode will do more damage than the base attack of Sakuyamon. That's also one of the reasons why Guilmon is good, because he gets Metal Mamamon very early, and Metal Mamamon's default attack has a higher base power than the default attack of Guilmon. So just by using the attack command and being Metal Mamamon, you do more damage. Yes, Angewomon is a complete rip-off. Angewomon has stats which are in line with Champion Digimon. She's definitely not worth using. Digitalmon is, I think, also an ultimate which has low stats comparable to a champion. But Metal Mamamon also does. Digitalmon, Metal Mamamon, and Angewomon are kind of balanced by that fact that you obtain them unnaturally early, but to counterbalance that, their stat boosts are comparatively weak. Because if you think about it, the fact that you can get these three way earlier than other ultimates, they just had to do something to balance that. But Digitalmon and Angewomon are magic based, and since they are magic based, they are inherently way weaker than Metal Mamamon. So Metal Mamamon might have a very low stat boost, but if you think about it, the boosts you get from Digivolution are not very large to begin with. You might get a boost of 50 for a stat at Mega, but as you just saw, the biggest boosts are caused by your weapons and your equipment in general. So if you get good equipment and get lucky at Leomon's training, you could beat the game just using an ultimate Digimon. I could beat the game with Metal Marmon, it's not really hard. The chance of Soul Snatcher working is bound to your wisdom stat. So the higher your wisdom stat, the higher is the chance that it will inflict KO. But I would not advise you to do that because the amount of wisdom you would have to train just to get a good chance of instant kill is not worth it. It would be much more efficient to train offense and just use normal attacks. And even if you max out wisdom at 999, that doesn't mean that it will always work. It will still fail. Chance-based attacks are generally not worth it. Like poison attacks or sleep attacks or any kind of attack that has a chance to inflict a status condition. Those are usually not worth it. The magic stats are really weird. Wisdom, I think, is the chance to inflict status conditions with status moves and the power of your healing attacks. And Spirit is both magic attack and magic defense at the same time. They do look like argument, but something is wrong. I just don't know what is wrong. Agumon has the weirdest one animation I've ever seen. This guy must have the heaviest hands in the world. Yeah, the plot is that you're pretending to be a lost Digimon, so they let you in because only tamers are not allowed in here for some reason, because they think Digimon are programs, so they can't really do any damage. One question I always had is, why would they even give players the ability to make their characters look like soldiers and even get guns? Like, these two guys, they not only have full soldier attire, they also have a gun in their hand. How did they even get a gun and character creation in a Digimon game? Like, what? It makes absolutely no sense. I don't think it's bad. It's an opinion I would probably share, because this feels a lot more lively than just um, two repeating animations of two persons just slapped in front of the screen, because that's what Cyber's Love does, and it's weird. It just doesn't feel right. You may be able to get expressions into the mix, which this game obviously can't do. But even with that, I think that the story of this game is superior to story-based Digimon games like Cyber Sleuth. Because this story is actually good. It doesn't make much sense if you think about it, but for what it's trying to say, it's enough to keep you going. And for me, that's all the story needs to do. If the game has a story and I can follow it and I can say, okay, it sort of makes sense, and it doesn't force me to watch cutscenes that are half an hour long, then I'm probably fine with it. But if a game forces me to just read walls of text, and at the end I feel like everything they told me doesn't matter, then I'm probably not going to enjoy it. And that's kind of what Cyber Sleuth did to me. Especially with the side quests. They give you side quests where you investigate stuff that is so insanely boring that you just click through walls of text. And even if you read all the text at the end, it has nothing to do with the main plot, and you can just skip it and you wouldn't miss it. And if you're writing an engaging story and you can skip it and you don't feel like you missed something, then you definitely didn't write a good story. Yeah, Cyber Sleuth is Mesh X. That's all you do. You can't skip anything. You can't even skip cutscenes. I think it was delayed. Yeah, I have no idea what they're doing with that game. It looks like such a simple game. Why does it take so long to make? Either they're not doing a good job at making the game, or the trailers that they are publishing are not showing everything that would be worth showing. Because if they're taking so much time to do it, then I would imagine that there's so much content and they can't fit it into the game. Worst case, they are just understaffed. In which case, the game is probably not going to be as good as people would hope it would be. Oh yeah, I didn't mention it, but since we have 700 offense, we kill everything in one hit. Even the new encounters, which are of a much higher level than the old ones. I think there have been a couple of fan designs that were made into real Digimon. God, this encounter rate. I'm not sure about Toy Argumon. I can't say I've heard of him being a fan design, but I know there are other Digimon which are definitely based on fan designs. They used to do contests where you can design a Digimon, and the winner usually got included into the actual roster of Digimon. I think Digimon doesn't take itself very seriously. Like, try to imagine Pokemon removing a major Pokemon from the game. Just saying it doesn't exist, it never existed. They couldn't do that. But with Digimon they could. They could just say, we don't like the design anymore, it doesn't exist anymore, we're going to replace it with a new version. And most people wouldn't say that's not something they couldn't do. They could do that. But like with Pokemon, you could imagine they would remove Porygon. They had enough reasons to do it, but they didn't do it because they take them way too serious. They can't just remove one. But for Digimon, it doesn't matter. They can make a new version and can say the old version is not canon anymore. It's dead. Kind of like with Agumon, but I think the new design, a lot of people didn't like it, so after that season was over, they went back to the old design. I'm pretty sure I never saw any kind of media which had the Save Us Agumon in it. They all kinda went back to the original design. Yeah, he means the Agumon that was used for Digimon Savers, which had the red armbands and the large the large holes in its nose compared to the normal one, which looked more serious but didn't have the armbands. But they never really went back to that design after that season ended. At least not from what I know. I haven't seen it ever since. I really don't like Guilmon. It just looks over-designed. It's just too much stuff going on. And one of the things I really hate is just adding spikes. They really did that with Season 4 and especially Season 5, which I didn't really watch. I only saw some of the Digimon designs. But it had like that blue Greymon with a metal head and spikes on its knees and stuff like that, and I don't really like how that looks. Just adding more spikes doesn't make the design better. And for some reason someone thought that. Just like from the first generation, if you pay attention, you will see that a lot of Digimon have leather belts all over their design, just for added detail. If they tried thinking about how to make it look more detailed, they just added leather belts somewhere. And if you take a look at the old designs, you will notice the belt thing. Like there are Digimon which have 20 belts on their design. Like Devimon has countless belts strapped to its arms. Bearmon has belts on his hands. It's weird. It's very weird, and something you don't really notice unless someone points it out to you. And if someone does, you can just look up 100 old Digimon designs, and for half of them, you will suddenly notice that they all have leather belts strapped around their appendages for some reason. Yeah, I think it's over-designed too. It's just a normal Greymon with extra stuff. And I don't really like a design if it just adds stuff. If you want to make a variation, it has to be worse at something. You have to remove something. It has to be better at something, but worse at something else. And for Geo Greymon, everything looks better. It has stronger arms. It has more stripes. It has more spikes. It has more teeth. It's just extra stuff. One thing I don't understand about Wise Greymon is why its head is so tiny. If you look at the design, it has a really tiny head. Like its head shrinks if it evolves considerably. Other than that, I don't have much of a problem with that one, because it looks different enough to be its own thing. But I do think that the wings are kinda over-designed. It could have worked without the wings entirely. Or with very tiny ones instead. It already has that huge gun arm, and that's already enough, in my opinion. It doesn't really need wings too. Yeah, the original Metal Greymon was a Metal Greymon which partially failed with mechanizing its own body, and due to this failure, its skin slightly rotted, and it became a virus type instead. Which is a piece of lore that I definitely appreciate, because it gives the design context, and a lot of Digimon have no context in their design. They don't explain why they look like, or why they evolved in this particular manner. But for that one, it makes perfect sense with the explanation given. Especially since it's such a drastic change, since it changes types too. Which one are we talking about? Still Metal Greymon? Because his wings certainly don't look like they're metallic. They look like they're made out of skin. Rotten skin or something like that. Because they have holes in them. It would make sense for Gigademon. I kinda prefer Megadramon. Just because with the extra metal wings, it's a little bit too much metal in its design for me, personally. Yeah, I really like the colors too. It works very well. Hey Gabriel. Because he's the best at everything, pretty much. I mean, there's a lot of reasons we use Guilmon. He has a really nice EXP curve. He levels up the second fastest out of all the starters you can get. He has a really good stat spread. He's fast, he's strong, but he has low defense. But he gets Metal Marmon early, which is defense based, so you can counteract his one weakness. He gets Metal Marmon extremely fast, and Metal Marmon is an early ultimate you can get, and it gets Metal Attack, which is for a very long time the best attack you can get in the game, which we just learned. Guilmon gets Pitying Claw, which is an attack you can use to steal items from enemies, which is also extremely useful, especially at the end of the game, when you want very good items. And he can use two-handed weapons, which is also pretty much a requirement if you want the strongest Digimon you can get. Wow, we're so damn lucky with this training. I've never gotten so good trainings before. The fastest is Monmon. The slowest is Kumamon. And the second slowest is Agumon. Oh, by the way, we are just going to pick up some free money. Because why would you not want free money? Guilmon is weird because you get him very late, and his stat distribution is very unique. He has a lot of MP, and he has unusually high charisma. But charisma is the most useless stat in the game, and MP is usually not a big issue, especially if you use physical attacks instead of magical ones, because physical special attacks usually use less MP. I don't think Guilmon is worth getting. I kinda said at the start of the game, if you really want to play through this game and have an easy time without having to overthink stuff, you usually want to get Guilmon, because he gets pretty much everything. He doesn't level extremely fast, but he levels fast. He doesn't get extremely good stats, but he gets very good stats. He has very even stats, he can attack, he can heal it himself. He pretty much gets everything. Yeah, Guilmon is kind of the best choice for just using him and him alone. And he can sustain himself without any problems. He can heal himself if he gets low. He gets both elemental ice attacks and fire attacks, which gives him good coverage overall. He's a pretty good choice. But if you really want to abuse everything you can in this game, you need to use Guilmon, because he gets unique stuff that the others just don't get. The simple fact that he gets Picking Claw and he can learn a lot of boosting attacks, it is just too valuable to pass up, especially since the boosting technique Guilmon gets are actually better than the items you can buy at the shop. I am pretty sure that Patamon levels faster than Kumamon, but I'm not 100% sure because I never used Patamon or Renamon, because they are the worst. Objectively the worst. There's no way around that. They are the worst. You're going to have the hardest time raising those two, because they rely heavily on magic, and the stat boosts you get from level up are fixed. They are bound to your rookie. So even if you end up digivolving into the same Digimon with, say, a Kumamon and a Patamon, the Kumamon will have mostly boosts that complement physical attack and speed, while the Patamon will mostly get magical stats and MP. So I just can't recommend those two. Yeah, if you just want to start a game and have an easy time, Guilmon. The balanced pack is really good for that. Oh my god. No, we are not going to buy any cards. Those are way too expensive. Wow, we already have 4 of those. I'm pretty sure Berserk Energy is the best card you can draw in the early packs, because most enemies don't have stats that are higher than 10. So being able to instantly destroy any card which has 10 or less HP is a really good card. I don't really want to use brown cards because drawing them doesn't give you any colored energies. definitely wouldn't mind an elevator making that sound. I can definitely agree with that. This is the best theme in the game. And it's unfortunate that you only hear it doing completely optional battles that most people will miss. Now that I think about it, Metal Malmon kind of looks like it's trying to cheer you up to sing along by lifting its arms. I guess it's a bit odd, yes. I kind of prefer the normal Mamamon design-wise over the metal one. Uh, uh, not built enough, it seems. It still took 1000 damage. Wow, this guy has some insanely strong team. I completely forgot this, that almost no battles in the entire game use this background. So this is a really rare sight to battle with this background. We kind of exploited the game by buying an item that I think applies its attack increase twice. So we have a very large amount of attack right now. It's supposed to be multiple gondolas that you can use to transport yourself to another server. Which I don't understand because in the overworld there is only one gondola. But the screen has 3 for some reason. Is there? Okay. I really don't remember this background. Can't he turn into a Digimon? I certainly don't remember ever playing another MMO which requires you to blow up assets to progress the story. Nice, there's some more Easter eggs here. I can see the bomb used by Guilmon. I can see Digitamon's egg, and I can see Gatamon's claws, and some Lego pieces of Toy Agumon. And that trash can could be the trash can from Garbagemon, I think. Okay, it's time for the next big brain stat. Big brain strat. I want the item counter quest, but there's only a chance it gets dropped with each encounter. So that what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of each item that increases my attack, so my attack is as low as possible. And I'm going to change my Digivolution to Guilmon back. So now I will do as little damage as I can, and I will be able to use Guilmon, who gets Picking Claw, which is a weak attack, which has a chance to steal an item with each time you use it. So now we are set up in order to increase our odds to get the item we want. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? One hit. That must have been a crit. Yeah, never mind, I'm going to increase my defense in that case. And we got it. That didn't take too long. I swear I'm getting way too lucky with these. Any speedrunner would kill me for getting this much luck. Getting the multi-crest is probably not worth it. Because the multi-crest doesn't work with elemental attacks. And Metal Marmon's best attack is the Mechanical Bash. And you can't get multi-attacks with Mechanical Bash. Oh, not to mention that I think once you get Elemental Power 2 and S, they actually do more damage than Multicrest. Multicrest is only a good idea if you have a special attack that that works with it. For example, Monmon is really good with Multicrest because most of its special attacks are compatible with it. It has attacks that are labeled Buster, like Fish Buster and Wing Buster, and you can use those in combination with Multicrest to hit 3 times, which is really good. What do you mean? Yeah, like Metal Digimon, which is a virus type and used to be a data type. Are you sure? Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'm not a Digimon expert. I thought Metal Digimon was a virus type. Is it not? I could be wrong. Now I remember, it's not Metal Digimon which confused me, it's Betamon, because Betamon is a virus type and he digivolves into Digimon, which is a data type, and its an entire line is data after that. But Betamon doesn't really look like a virus type, so that confused me. And we now have our next instrument of destruction, Mechanical Bash, which is going to be our main attack for a long time. Unless I decide to grind for a different Digimon. Did you see that? How much more damage Mechanical Bash does to Metal Attack? It straight up does like 50% more damage. To be honest, I'm not quite sure if I really want Metal Guilmon anyways. Because Metal Guilmon, while having slightly higher stats, his finisher is magical. So his finisher is going to be completely useless. Because it will do less damage than his normal attacks. And we are pretty far from 190. You know, this guy is so close to the ladder that I almost believe you would be able to talk to him while climbing the ladder. No, doesn't look like it. It would have been funny if you could do that, because as a matter of fact, I did some testing by hacking And if you would be able to talk to a person while climbing up a ladder, there's a really big chance you would be able to skip sections of the map. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like you can do that with him. Like if you would be able to get this pop-up and still be close enough to be able to talk to somebody, you would be able to do that. Oh my god, I got it! Oh my god. We found the glitch live. I got it. We got it. It's actually... Oh my god. I found a new glitch. Live on the stream. It works. It works. We broke the game. We broke the game. Okay, I'm going to do a save state. I'm going to save this. I'm going to make a save of this. That's definitely nice. Finding glitches live. And the funny thing is, I've been trying to find a way to set something like this up for a few days in the past. And the problem is that this game is just so long that you can't just walk anywhere and try it on every single NPC, especially since a lot of quests remove and add NPCs to the game. For example, if you come back here later, these soldiers are not spawned in anymore, so you wouldn't be able to test this on a game that has already been completed. But now that we were here and I saw that this guy is standing super close to the ladder, I just had the idea of testing it here, and it worked. That's a good question. What can we do with that? Okay, starting another conversation would close it. Each time if you press X, it scrolls to the next line of dialogue. And he only has 2 lines of dialogue. So by doing this, we would only be able to maintain the pop-up for 2 X presses. So there's not a lot we would be able to do here, I think. Oh my god. What? What? To infinity and beyond, I guess. Yeah, if you close the text box right before the dialogue starts, the game is unable to finish the walking animation. That's really weird. But it's very interesting. But this seems really hard to set up. But since this NPC just stands here anyway, we should be able to set it up multiple times. Wow, I must have been really lucky. And I got it. Okay, so we had him sideways, facing the left, and that worked. Yeah, okay. I have a save state in which I could set it up anytime I want now. I'm pretty sure I know the angle now. But this is really weird. Finding new stuff live. But I'm not going to play around anymore with it. I can do that after the stream finished in case I find anything useful you can do with it. But now I have a save state in which I could test around with it. So that's neat. As long as I don't confirm this text box, we can't die. So my instincts are telling me to never confirm this text box. Because logic. But that would be boring. Oh, I guess this is another glitch you can do, but it doesn't have any effect. There's a ladder and there is a step you can fall down. For the fall down steps, you have this kind of pop-up which tells you to jump down, and for the ladder, you have this pop-up which tells you that you can press up or down. But if you do this really fast, the ladder tells you to jump down. And you should be able to do in reverse. Oh. Yeah. Now the step tells me to jump down the ladder. So they just put these two events too close to each other. So if you run from one to the other way faster than the game intends you to, it doesn't have time to update the icon, so it shows you the wrong one. but that doesn't change anything. And we now officially have our, what should we call it? Official ultimate level? But I'm probably not going to use Guilmon a lot. Maybe a bit later, just to get some of the nice buff attacks he gets. And since he can also learn Picking Claw, but obviously he's a lot bulkier than Guilmon, so it will be easier to farm items with him instead. Was that just my imagination, or did I walk through the outside of the map? Because it looked like I walked out of bounds just leaving the map. Yeah, that trigger seems to be a little bit misplaced. Because you're not supposed to be able to walk over the dark sand. This place looks really awesome. I hope so too. This is also one of the battles that kill a lot of speedruns. Because you can get frozen for so long that you are unable to heal. What a fitting battle. Mamamon versus Metal Mamamon. And for some reason Mamamon is way bigger. Like way bigger. It's really convenient that he learns a defensive buff. That was sort of challenging, but not in a good way, because it's just randomness. But we didn't die, so I will count it as a good battle. I can sort of relate to the guy disguising himself as Numemon, as someone who really likes Sukamon. Would probably get along really well. Do you think so? I don't get a major Pokemon feeling when playing this, to be honest. I mean, they're not called gyms, and they're... I'm not sure. And technically they really aren't as important, because in this game there really is no kind of gym challenge. In the PAL version there sort of is, but in this game there isn't. You don't use the badges in order to be able to battle in a tournament. But the game lore is that that's how it's supposed to be, but it never actually happens. And I kind of prefer it that way, because in Pokemon there is a big story which feels like it's way more important than all that gym leader and Elite Four and tournament thing. And you would think that if the world is going to end, that your initial goal is not important enough and you would drop it in favor of saving the world. But in those games, even though you're saving the world, once you're done, you're still continuing the initial plot by doing the by doing the Elite Four and stuff and beating the champion. But if you really think about it, if some sort of terrorist organization is going to hack into the game and is trying to destroy the world, you would think that the main character is going to think to himself that his initial beating the leader stuff isn't really important enough, so he would drop it. So I'm perfectly fine with the initial premise of the leader concept being dropped in favor of the actual story of the game. Because it's way more interesting than just going to random places, beating one strong guy and then beating another strong guy and then beating another strong guy and then beating the strongest guy. Because that's not really a deep plot at all. And while the fights against the troopers are pretty generic, at least it makes a lot more sense than just beating friendly tamers. What I would appreciate is if they tried something like instead of focusing too much on two plot lines, one being beat evil organization, whatever that's called, and plotline two being beat the league. It would be way more interesting to follow a path that is closer to the anime. In like, you may have this one goal for your journey, But on your journey, you are going to find a lot of people, and you can or can't talk to these people, and doing so would trigger smaller mini quest lines you could do. Kind of like a villain of the day thing, which I would appreciate way more, because if the game is close to open world, and you would be able to talk to a lot of people which are unrelated to the main plotline, you would be able to pace your adventure at your own pace. You would be able to talk to people if you want to help them, but you could skip them if you don't want to. I really don't like if there's mini quests that you have to do, but if they're optional, I usually like stuff like that. Like imagine playing a game like Skyrim, and each mini quest would be forced on you. It would be unbearable. Nobody would want to play that. I mean, they are forcing that on themselves. There is no reason they wouldn't be able to include some sort of plot element or mini game which would resolve stuff without the need to battle. I mean, they sort of have fetch quests, but those barely count because that's definitely not something new. And I wouldn't call it an innovation if it's focused more on that. I never played Colosseum, but I definitely appreciate that it's focused on double battles, because I really prefer double battles over single battles. Because there's more strategy, and not only is there more strategy, but there's more combos you can do. The battles are generally more interesting. They're usually a little bit harder, and even if somebody uses an overpowered Pokemon, it doesn't matter that much. Because even if you're overpowered, if two enemies team up on you, you're still going to have a hard time. We definitely are overpowered. We almost kill everything in one hit. And if we don't, they kill themselves by getting countered. Yes, I'm going to stream tomorrow too. Probably, yes. because it digivolved into Metal Mamamon. Knowing my luck, we are probably going to get a multi-quest from this. Which is useless because I'm not going to bother using one. Probably. They always stay in their base form when they walk behind you. They only digivolve once the battle starts. I already have counter quest. Okay, we are blasting while frozen. I'm pretty sure that doesn't heal me. At least the status will still be applied. And now we're huge. Man, they really did a good job at Guilmon's 3D model. He really looks intimidating in this game, with all the sharp edges. That was pretty useless. Unfortunately, it looks like counterattacks don't work if you're frozen, even if they are your ultimate attack. So we kinda wasted it. Guilmon doesn't really look weird in this game. I think the reason you think he looks a little bit odd is because he looks more closely to his original design, which had, I think it had more teeth, it had a little bit of variation in the teeth. It also has more claws, I think. I think the original Guilmon has a back claw on his feet, while the anime version does not. And I think someone told me that Digimon is actually based on one of the old scrapped designs for Guilmon. Yeah, exactly, the jacked teeth. If you look up old cards of Guilmon, that's how he used to look like on them too. They sort of made him more friendly in his design once the enemy started. Kind of like they made Metal Greymon a good Digimon instead of a rotten metal dinosaur, which he used to be. I think Tyrannomon changed a lot in the games. In Cyber Sleuth, they kind of made him look a little bit like a teddy bear. He has a really round body. I'm not quite sure if I like that. Definitely makes him more distinct compared to the old design, which is essentially just a bigger Greymon that's red instead of orange. Yeah, exactly. Exactly like Barney. That's a good comparison. It's definitely a very interesting take on Tyrannomon. I think I actually like his new design better. Just because it makes him a little bit more unique, because there's already so many rough-looking dinosaurs in the game. And also because it ties him, his evolution line better with X-Tyrannomon, which is essentially a stuffed animal. Yeah, I prefer X-Tyrannomon over Metal Tyrannomon. You're right, that would kind of fit. Then again, I don't understand how the Meremon line ends up in Boltmon, because it's fire, then it's fire, and suddenly it's an electric metal thing, which doesn't fit in at all. They never really bothered to make a proper megaform of Meremon. Some sort of fire-based Digimon. Anything would have worked, but not Boltmon. I don't like Dark Tyrannomon because it's just a reused asset from the original Master Tyrannomon, which used to be just a black Tyrannomon. So they reused that color scheme for him. Rust Tyrannomon is pretty cool, but it's definitely not on par with Machine Dramon or Chaos Dramon, which I think are straight up better in regard of metal dinosaurs. And this game really has a lot of metal dinosaurs, so there's tough competition. I love that fainting animation. He just falls over. Can I say that I really hate High Andromon's design? And that I think it completely ruined Andromon, whose design works so well because he's asymmetrical and has all these organic looking parts sticking out. And if you get rid of all of that and just make it a robot, it doesn't look anything like it. Oh no. I have to kill my favorite Digimon. And this is the first time we actually see one. This is the first Tsukamon in the game. Ha! And he's actually strong enough to survive our attack. Now nobody can tell me that Tsukamon isn't overpowered. He clearly is way more powerful than you would think. He even deals a lot of damage. Definitely the strongest encounter we had in the entire factory. Well, except for Mamemon, but Mamemon is just Hex. He's not strong, he just got lucky. mean, I'm not going to disagree with that. If you know what you're doing, he's one of the biggest assets you get. Not only because he's funny looking, but you can just use him in order to get something else that is even stronger. There's just so much stuff you can do by abusing Zuckerman in the first game. And that's so ironic that one of the things that were supposed to be bad, supposed to tell you that you did something wrong, can be so useful. So that completely backfired, with the intention being that that you did something wrong, and for that reason they are going to give you this completely useless thing. But in the end, all it does is give you even more methods to get stronger. If I remember correctly, this guy does insane amounts of damage. If he gets lucky, and he gets lucky a lot. And I was right. If I didn't boost my defense, there is a small chance he might have killed me in one hit. But if we take more damage, the counter does more damage. So I can beat him by just healing. It was him all along. I kind of like how the sound effect just goes on and on and on if you don't press anything. I can't say I remember what you're talking about. I'm laughing. See you, Max. I made a few notes and I'm probably not going to have enough time to reach the next save point before I have to end the stream, so I'm going to end it now. So we pretty much played 8 hours straight, which is definitely long enough for my taste. But I'm going to continue tomorrow, same time as today. And tomorrow I probably even have a little bit more time than today. I'm really curious how far I will get in just 2 days. Okay, see you tomorrow.